What's up, cool people? My name's Matt, aka That Random Christian Gamer, and welcome to today's live stream. I'm doing a whole lot of shaking things up today. Whole lot, air quote. But I'm streaming at a different time than normal. I'm streaming a different mix of content than normal. I'm kind of reversing the normal order of it. Yeah. So, it's different in a few ways. Real quick before I get into that, just giving a couple of shout outs to recent Twitch followers. I would do the same for YouTube, except that information isn't as easily available while I'm streaming. You know, I'd do the same for like YouTube subscribers, but anyway. So, recent follows, Murphhound, 6 days ago, and Stormbringer 907, 2 days ago. So, appreciate the follows on that side of things. Seth, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully, me streaming at this time doesn't throw things off too much for you. I know you're a pretty regular viewer. To be honest, the reason I'm doing it early today is just because I kind of wanted to get it off my mind, so I'm not like... Basically, before I got into anything else, I just wanted to get this taken care of and, like, not potentially get wrapped up in other stuff and then, like, start this later than I wanted to. Because with it being... Since I'm not working today when I normally would, and I have the ability to stream earlier, just didn't want to get into other stuff and then push this back. So anyway, yeah. So, anyone who's just looking at the title of the stream might be wondering, what the heck is an Obmoc? Well, simply, it is combo reversed. Normally when I do a combo stream or any kind of stream featuring Bible study stuff, I put that first in the stream. But this time I'm switching that order. I'm doing gaming stuff first, specifically Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, continuing that game. I guess the story of it, I mean, really it's more so about the music than the story, it seems, but still, continuing that, and then, after a couple hours of that, I'm getting into Bible study on Job chapters 9 and 10. So yeah, there's the plan. If I'm feeling up to it, I might tack on a little bit extra at the end. We'll see. And if I do, that's gonna end up being a continuation of Slay the Spire stuff from like a week or two ago. So, yeah, there's a decent chance of that, Seth. But I'm not gonna guarantee it. So, anyway. Yeah, that's what's going on. And the reason I'm combining all of my usual stream stuff into today is because I have plans this weekend. Most of you who've been watching already know that, but yeah. So, all right. Now that I've officially gotten all of my initial thoughts out of the way, I'll go ahead and heading home for spring break at around my north. So yeah. Hey, you know what? I guess then if I had started my normal time, your streak would have ended there, Seth. So so you get to keep it going now. Anyway, all right. Gonna go ahead and run the early set of Twitch ads, and then I will start off Melody of Memory on the flip side of that. Just put you on lurk immediately and not reply. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what all circumstances would arise there and how it would all work out, but I was taking a guess. Okie day. So, let me go ahead, boot up the game. Oh, geez. It's still like... It was waiting for me because I didn't, like, fully quit the game, per se, on my Xbox. I just backed out of it. So, because, you know, Xbox, really any recent Xbox consoles, but this one's a Series X. Since it has the quick resume feature, yeah, that's... I just basically, you know, picked the game from my home screen, and it was like, boom, here's your game. Already in progress, basically. Okay. So... I think I am reasonably set up here, all things considered. Yeah, okay. And I left things off. I guess technically I previewed Olympus, so that's probably what I should do next. But yeah, so we're going to have a couple hours of this, and then the Bible study on Job, and then maybe Slay the Spire after that. Anywho. Okay, ad break is done. I will begin recording. Might want to actually turn down the game volume a bit in the stream. I was doing other things. Okay. Well, now, am I trusting you to roll the results of the random exercise redemptions, or... Well, anyway, I guess, because, like, otherwise I should roll those now to see what the results are. Because I don't want to forget them and have them potentially get knocked down lower on the activity feed list. So, give me a sec. Actually, I guess I could just... I just wanted to make sure I add the words coming up to that, so that it's, like, clearer to someone who's just randomly popping in what's... like, that's something coming up later, not to expect it anytime super soon. Okay. And with that, I will actually start recording now, I guess. Okay, so here we are. We're back. Melody of Memory. So I finished up through Neverland previously, and I previewed Olympus, so I guess I should just go ahead and do that one next. It's weird that it shows up this far along the order when hardly anybody would have gone to that world before or after most of these in the original game. But anyway. Okie day. Right. Miss 20 times or fewer, break all barrels and boxes. I guess I'll just have a potion at the ready on the off chance that things don't go well, but I've been doing pretty alright on standard so far. course, I'm like, it assumes I remember the controls. The timing seemed off there. Okay. Well, some of my reflexes seem to be doing alright, at least. There were some moments where I was like multitasking within this song, and you know, my natural tendency to press something I shouldn't in those cases didn't happen quite so much. Like, you know, I actually defaulted to pressing A instead of B. Things like that. And yet that was only an A+, despite having a chain that lasted most of the song. Oh well. Obtained Olympus Coliseum, yeah. New field battle song is now available in track selection. Got all the missions. Obtained story scene number 59. That's from Birth by Sleep, clearly. Like, right at the very end when Aqua's facing off against, like, combined fused Ventus, I guess. I'm not sure what they officially call it, but, you know, when Ventus and Vanitas basically kind of combine. Okay. Defeat 10 total aerial enemies, miss 20 times or fewer, get 40% or higher rainbow excellent ratings. Like, the whole rainbow excellent thing seems a little odd to me. Like, why not just come up with a different word for it? Yeah, I'm not sure I'm gonna end up clearing that mission. To get the Rainbow Excellence, I mean. Oh, shoot. Well, I don't know. I did get quite a few of the Rainbow Excellence near the end. Anyway. Hi, Owl. Hope you're doing well. Seth is wondering if there's any story here. So... At some points throughout this, there have been, like... scenes of Kairi sort of narrating some of the overarching story for the series. But there hasn't been a ton of that lately. And indeed no side questing. The closest thing is like completing these missions. How long is this thing then? Meaning the game as a whole? I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, okay, so there are 3 stars per world, or at least up to 3 stars per world. And if I go back to the beginning, so this section right here has a total of 24 stars, which would make that 8, well, maybe I shouldn't say worlds, but each song has up to 3 stars. So, 8 songs in the green section, 25 in the blue, 111 doesn't divide by 3. Well, maybe it does. Actually, yeah. So that's, what, 34? No, 30. I don't know. 35. I don't know. But yeah, there's the game is still quite long. It just isn't that many. They don't have that many story scenes per se. But yeah, so gray section's 115 songs roughly, and then there's 33 in the light blue, I guess 16 in the pink section, and then 7 in the orange. So yeah, and it took me about 2 hours to get through the first all but what I've done in this stream. So that was like 7, we'll say 16 songs, roughly. It was 37, not 35. Or whatever. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. We have cleared Olympus. Of course, part of the reason it has taken me a little while to get through it is because in between a bunch of different worlds and things like that, I've been going into the menus. There's like synthesis stuff that's basically how you unlock new things. So if you're recording still at least, oh yeah, still, I mean, it doesn't seem like I'm even a quarter of the way through at this point. Or if I am, I'm only about that far and not much more. Anyway, clear without items, 65% or higher good or better ratings, break all barrels and boxes. Now there are 1 or 2 songs that I went back and redid just because I felt like I did kind of terribly on the first attempt. But that was mostly as I was still getting used to the game. I will say, one of the story scenes that came up in this actually made a particular moment in, like, the original Kingdom Hearts game, super obvious, that wasn't necessarily so obvious before. And by that I mean, in the first Kingdom Hearts game, when we see, sorry, trying to talk and do this at the same time. Not exactly easy. But Kairi literally said herself that, like, when they initially left Destiny Islands and all that, right in that one moment when Sora sees her in the cave thing before getting, like, pushed out of it, like, we see Kairi there, and she, like, gets pushed towards Sora and then just suddenly kind of disappears. In this game, she outright says that she actually, like, kind of hid her heart inside of Sora. So, like, the stuff later on when Sora's in Hollow Bastion talking with Ansem-possessed Riku being all like, Kairi's inside me? Like, yeah, literally, that moment from early on was Kairi entering Sora's... I don't know if it was just in his heart, or if that was, like, just her heart. I think the way she worded it was her heart found shelter inside Sora. It didn't say specifically in his heart, but that's just if my memory serves me well. Maybe at some point when I'm in between recording things, I can actually go back to that scene, if that's at all possible. Alright, so for this song, I must miss 26 times or fewer for one mission. Hit all star targets with a rating of excellent or better, I think is what it says, and then hit all simultaneous targets. Okay, I am allowed to use items here, so I will keep a potion on standby, just cuz. I totally could be using some of the other items as well, just to, you know, just to mix things up. But, you know me. Typical RPG gamer who doesn't like using up items. But yeah, I will admit, I find it difficult to talk a whole lot while I'm playing this. Because I'm trying to focus on, you know, the rhythm and all that. Thought the plot of this game was because of Sora vanishing at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3. Kairi's using her memories of him to bring him back. That, I guess, is supposed to be part of the overall idea, but, like, It hasn't outright said that in this game, I don't think. Although, I guess it could have been implied from some of the stuff early on. I don't... But yeah, if you need more of the story of the game, especially at some later point, feel free to go back and watch previous stuff of, like, me playing through this. Or of other people explaining what's going on. So yeah, there is synthesizing in this game. But it's pretty much just to get, like, collectibles and unlocks and stuff. Huh. You know what? Sure. Wellspring crystal recipe and add-on material unlocked. Cool. So I think as far as any of these that you see with an experience bonus, I think that only happens to the ones that are new. So that's why I'm focusing on those. Wellspring crystal, what does that do? Halves material cost. Huh, interesting. What the hey, let's use one. Now, there's some of these that, like, if and when they are synthesized, they then kind of, like, get removed from the list, I think. But that mostly seems to be just these card icons here. What I'm not sure of is, like, if these ones will synthesize one Keyblade card from Kingdom Hearts. So I think these collector's cards, when they're synthesized, they will, like, give you one of multiple possibilities. But anyway. Okay. So I've completed that section, and I think once I get through here, that's... Okay. That's probably supposed to be like the KH1 final battle thing, maybe? Or that's maybe gonna... Oh, it mentions Team Days, so maybe that's where, other characters will finally start to join in. But I have other worlds and things to get through first. Hollow Bastion. Defeat 50% or more aerial enemies. Hit all ability crystals and dodge all ranged attacks by jumping. Okay. Didn't mention anything about items. Let's just... For kicks, let's use an item boost. Which won't really make any visual or gameplay difference on this particular track. Something about this, like, doesn't seem to flow quite as well with the music, in my opinion. Doggone it. I just messed up a mission there, didn't I? Like, most of the songs and tracks and stuff, like, there's been pretty significant synchronization of, like, man, pretty significant synchronization of, you know, major notes in the music and the action. I realize there's the kind of target that shrinks as it gets close, but when looking at multiple targets, that's not always the easiest to keep track of, in my opinion. But yes, Owl, I agree, it's kind of an interactive soundtrack. Still got all those missions. Obtain story scene number 43 from Kingdom Hearts Recoded. Gotcha. Yeah. Real quick though. So these ones that show the little like film thing with a play button right there. Once you clear that, that's usually when Kyrie will come in with some narration. Get 30% or higher Rainbow Excellent ratings. Miss 18 times or fewer. Obtain 25 total items. What? Obtain 25 total items? I guess that includes, like, synthesis stuff. Well, had I known that was coming, I wouldn't have used an item boost before. Oh well, I'll keep using it now, I guess. There are certain moments in this song that... crud. Certain moments in this song that I seem to be able to get the beats pretty well. Like, just by listening to it, I mean. Yeah. I do think eventually there's supposed to be some story introduced in this game that is, like, actual plot advancement for the overall, you know, franchise. But guess I won't be 100% sure of that until we get to it. Now, I even used an item boost. How in the world was I supposed to get more items from that? I mean, other than hitting the 3 times that I missed. Collector's card obtained for clearing all songs in this world. We got a Kyrie card. Okay. Now after this, we should get some narration. Squirming Evil. Clear with 35% HP or more without using items. Okay. 70% or higher good or better ratings. Defeat 165 total ground enemies. Alrighty. No items, it says. I mean, I think the non-healing items would probably be okay to use, but I'm not gonna test that. Crud. Not sure how I forgot which button to press for the giant crystal thing, because that's never any different. But I guess it's just another one of those things where I got so focused on the other stuff. And yeah, that's how I didn't end up pressing that when I should have. Key art number 17. Also, Oblivion. And did not. How? I didn't even miss that much. How was I so sure? Unless I've got to start doing some of these on proud mode to get some of the mission stars like that. That could be. Obtain story scene number 118 from Kingdom Hearts 3. I mean, I guess, is that the one where Terra's finally revealed as the Guardian, or whatever? Or it's doable with multiple runs. That could also be the case. Alright.
With his heart clouded by darkness, Riku stood in Sora's way. As they fought, Sora realized that his power came from his friends, not his weapon. When Sora found out that my heart had been inside him all along, he saved me without sparing a thought for what might happen to him. Now it was my time to save him. As I wished for that strength, something incredible happened. Hoping that we would never be separated again, I gave Sora my lucky charm.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying for sure that this is the case, but, like, there wasn't really much of Kyrie coming in and narrating between, I'm gonna say, right about here, which she wasn't really in the whole Traverse Town thing, but whatever. But, like, basically between Traverse Town and what I just did right there. So it seems like most of her narration is kind of limited to her, you know, like, moments that she was at least in some way connected with, which would be why she's not narrating all the stuff from, like, Monstro, or Neverland, how, you know, all these other worlds that Sora visited. But that's, I guess, an educated guess of mine is what I'd call that. Feed 50% or more ground enemies, 55% or higher excellence or better ratings, and hit all ability crystals. We have reached the end of the world. EXP boost pretty much just does exactly what it says. That doesn't really affect the game. The only one of these that really affects the gameplay, well, are the potions if you need healing, and then the summoning star, which I don't want to, like, I don't want to use too many of the summoning stars. Sorry, hang on a sec. Wouldn't allow me to message to announce it. I just subscribed. Ah, okay, weird. I don't know why that wouldn't have shown anything. I thought I had some sort of thing that would show up to display that kind of stuff. But anyway, appreciate the resub there, Owl. Yeah. The support is greatly appreciated, especially, like, since I don't really have a major following and don't, like, you know, I don't stream a whole lot. So, yeah. Much appreciated. Okay. Now, I did just see a thing show up in my activity feed that mentioned a sub goal. I don't know how, unless that got automatically adjusted at one point. I don't know. But yeah. So that's about the only indication that I saw. Anyway, thanks, Owl. Alrighty. Back to the game, I guess. Yeah, this is pretty much showing, like, in the background, showing, like, all the different sections of the end of the world. And I bet you that's the sub thing finally showing up. I was so delayed, it's almost like it had to check your bank account or something. I say that jokingly. Oh, or maybe that just happened from Owl restarting. Ah, Stormbringer, hello. I see you followed recently. Appreciate that. Apple Mayan crashed the chat. Another full chain. Sweet. As far as how I'm doing, Stormbringer, I'm doing okay. All things considered, I mean, like... Good news, I have some time off, but bad news, it's because, you know, this weekend I'm going to a funeral for a family member, specifically my grandpa, so, like, you know... Obviously that's, like, not a good thing, but there might be some good things that come out of it, because I'll get to, you know, spend some time, or I'll get to see family that I haven't seen in quite a while, probably. Hit simultaneous targets a total of 35 times, jeez. But yeah, that occasion is why I am doing what I'm doing when I'm doing it this week. Yeah, the only way that mission with the simultaneous targets makes any sense to me is either it has to be done on proud mode, can be done in multiple attempts, or you know, it counts each section of the simultaneous press as its own individual thing. I was heading out. Alright, appreciate you stopping by and re-subbing there, Owl. Hope you have a good week, I guess, because I won't be back on stream for another week. So, yep. Okay, now, yeah. It only mentions that I hit 10 simultaneous targets. And I needed 35 for the mission. That's... yeah, that's either gotta be one of the situations that I described there, except it's definitely not counting each part of the simultaneous as its own thing. I can tell that at least. So, one possibility ruled out, still two other options. But I'm doing this on standard, not proud, so I'm not quite sure how much more there would be on proud mode. I guess it could be that much of a difference, even though it seems like a lot. Okay. Seeker of Darkness. Now, this looks... oh, all clear reward gives us team days. So yeah, this is probably like the music from the final boss fight of the first game, which makes sense because then we're like moving on to, that looks like Castle Oblivion, that looks like Twilight Town, and the path actually splits from here. Interesting. But we'll get there when we get there. Okay. Well, that's definitely not an English song title. Anyway. Not that all of them have been. Get 50% or higher excellent or better ratings. Hit 50% or more of hold targets. Hit all simultaneous targets. Okay. This is a boss battle music stage. Oh. My first boss battle, I guess. In boss battle music stages, you face off against boss characters in a rhythmic battle. Hit targets by pressing A, left or right bumper. Slide targets, tilt the stick. Oh, so this looks a lot like the one other, like, kind of how the intro track was for the whole game. Hold targets, press and hold, A, left or right bumper, and yeah, so about the only thing that's different are the slide targets and the hold targets, it seems. Oh, targets with a line connecting them need to be hit at the same time. Hit targets and hold targets. Press as many of the three main buttons as there are targets. Slide targets tilt both the left and right sticks. Yeah. Sometimes a hold target will begin right when another one ends. Change which button you press to transition between targets. For example, if you press A for the first target, press left or right bumper as you release A to hit the next one. Just like in field battles, the outer circle of the timing guide will gradually shrink. Aim for the moment it lines up perfectly with the inner circle. Boss characters will occasionally unleash special attacks. To try to dodge these attacks, hit as many targets with dark auras as you can. Okay. Doesn't mention anything about using items, so I will keep a potion at the ready. And I would not... Summoning star not allowed. Interesting. How did I miss that one? It's too bad I can't really focus much on, you know, what's going on behind the track. Oh, that was directional stuff. Whoopsie. Also, was I supposed to be taking damage in some of the in-between parts? Like, it kind of... It seems like I had no choice but to take damage at some sections of that. I don't know. Anyway. New boss battle song is now available to play in the track selection. Yep. And I could do that as a field battle song as well in the track selection. I did not hit all the simultaneous targets because I missed the double move near the end there. And more story.
The light emanating from Kingdom Hearts destroyed Ansem, the strongest darkness Sora faced. But the darkness behind the door still threatened to burst out at any moment. With Riku and Mickey on the inside and Sora on the outside, they sealed Kingdom Hearts from both
But yeah,
sides.
this is basically a rhythm game.
And so,
Just set to
Sora
Kingdom
and his
Hearts
two
music.
friends continued on their journey.
But yeah, and this isn't even the highest difficulty. This is like the middle out of the three. That's cleared. Hey, we got Team Days. Being Roxas, Axel, and Shion, apparently. Team obtained for clearing all songs in this world. Huzzah! Changing teams. Select team in the team menu to change the characters you play as in music stages. Team you use does not affect your score. Okay. Those are both available now. I wonder if you have to play certain stages as certain teams, though. Clear the nearest. Like, would I have to do this one as Sora in that team? Or what? I don't know. Anyway. I suppose it doesn't matter that much. Yeah. I guess I will do this one. Let's see if I can do it as Team Days. Just, you know, to see them in action. Oh, but that has two songs. Do these both have two songs? Yes, they do. See, okay, that specifically mentions Kingdom Hearts 2. This one is Chain of Memories. Okay, you know what? Change of plans. Rather than do more songs in the world tour, I am first going to look at synthesizing stuff, see what I can do there. But then also... Oh, hey. That's the first one of these I've been able to make. Soothing Crystal, yes. For more Moogle experience. And if I use the Wellspring Crystal... Yeah, sure, why not? Hand in Hand, Field Battle... I'm not 100% sure what... new Field Battle song is now available to play in track selection. Yeah, so... Anyway, let me finish my thought. What I was thinking was, let me see what I can synthesize first, and then I might do a song from the track selection that I might not necessarily be able to do in that particular form within the world tour thing. Hello. Collector level increased. Okay, so let's go to track selection here. So most of these are like the normal kinds, but then right here near the end, okay, that's Hand in Hand. I guess that's now. What was the other one? I thought I unlocked a different one as well. Or is that not actually a song thing? Dark Cloud, Squirming Evil. Okay, so I could do this one, I think, like a regular song instead of a boss battle. And then there's also Hand in Hand, which I guess, anyway. You know what? Let me do this one, I think, because I don't believe that one has shown up just at all in other gameplay. Since I'm doing it from the track selection, I don't think I'm gonna bother using any items. So let's see about this song, eh? Jeez, I am not exactly getting the timing nailed down on some of these. The beat on this song also seems a little bit irregular, for lack of a better word. Yeah, definitely don't recall playing that song in the World Tour at any given point. Okay. And I think with that, it is about time for me to take a quick break in recording. Yeah, ads are coming in like literally should be any second now. But of course it's being weird and taking a while because I didn't initiate the ads myself. And then recording number 2 of this game, yeah. Alright, come on. Any second now. Come on, ads. Meanwhile, I guess I can have a look-see at what all we got in the museum. So that's new. So when it mentions something as key art, I'm like, I guess it's just like major cover art type stuff, or menu art maybe, or different things like that. I don't know. So that's the key art gallery. Station of Awakening cards. Literally have none of them. Story scene cards. Literally from the very start of Kingdom Hearts 1. Chain of Memories. Technically, I guess this one's from Kingdom Hearts 2 in the intro. Yes, they do also have some of these things showing scenes from Union Cross and other games that, like, aren't in the collections. As far as character cards, we've got Sora. This is specifically Data Sora from Recoded, apparently. Riku. Kairi, which we got pretty recently. King Mickey. It's saying that's from Days. Okay. I wouldn't specifically have known that, but whatever. Titus, Pluto, Leon, Aerith. Yeah, there's all sorts of character cards. These seem to be kind of the easiest type of thing to unlock overall, maybe. Or maybe the enemy cards. Anyway, ad break is done, so I can just kind of breeze through all the rest of this stuff. Yeah, pretty much just gives you, like, stuff in an art gallery broken down into various sections. I don't know why, but I guess just to have some kind of collectibles and whatnot. And I guess if this is the only Kingdom Hearts game somebody had ever played for some reason, it would give you an idea of stuff that appears throughout the series. But I guess if I did... Yeah, if I did need to go back and show y'all any of the story stuff, it would be in here. But then there's the theater, which is... Oh. Okay. Anyway. Back to the world tour. And I guess back to recording. Okay. So, just so we're clear, I did literally nothing in between recordings other than look at stuff in, like, the museum gallery thing. So at this point... So if we're continuing with the overall story of the series, this is what would be next. Because this is Chain of Memories. I'm just doing it with characters that don't all appear in Chain of Memories. Because the team I'm using is the Days team. Anyway. Miss 13 times or fewer... Get 60% or higher excellent or better ratings, and clear on proud or standard or proud. So that specifically calls out the difficulty. I have not seen that come up very much. Ooh, at some point, I'm going to have to use a summoning star with this team. Although it does specify King Mickey, I would be like, ooh, who did they summon? But... It's Mickey. Apparently, it's always Mickey with that. Castle Oblivion. Okay, so far nothing with any really confusing timing, in my opinion. And yet somehow I missed with Axel there. Yeah, it seems pretty common that right when I think I have the timing of a song figured out, it throws a curveball at me. Okay. Got all the missions. Yippee. Forgotten challenge. Link a chain of 58 or more. Now that one specifically calls out doing it on beginner difficulty. Which I might just have to come back and do another time, because literally I've been doing all of them on standard. I would feel weird doing it on a different difficulty. Especially on an easier difficulty. So, yeah, might just come back and do that some other time when I'm not recording. Early on, a lot of that was following just the major beats of the song. Kind of like it was just doing before this gliding portion. Was working on a full chain for a while there, but... Oh, geez, okay. Of course, then they changed up the timing. Okay. I mean, still only 3 misses. Got an A++. Wow. I only got 1 mission cleared from that, though. Collector's card obtained. Story scene number 44. Kingdom Hearts Recoded. And more story.
Sora continued his journey in search of Riku and Mickey, and found himself at Castle Oblivion. Using cards made from memories of the worlds they'd visited, the group continued deeper into the castle. Meanwhile, Riku awoke beneath the castle and was met by a mysterious voice. With Sora headed for the
I
top
just realized
floor,
at this point I
and
might
Riku
actually kind
aiming
of be
for the
spoiling
ground
things
floor.
for a friend of
The two
mine
continued to climb,
if
each
he
on their own
watches
path.
this. Jordan, if you're watching, stop it. No more story for you. Okay, so I just had to beat this world before it cleared the next thing, and gotta clear this thing before there's just stuff like that showing up in between each one. Actually, this is not a significant length diversion, I just realized. So, yeah, extra glad I did this first. Instead of, you know, going off on the Kingdom Hearts 2 trail. The 13th Struggle. But that is from Kingdom Hearts 2. Interesting. But they're showing it in, like, the Castle Oblivion. Although... I think I remember that showing up in Chain of Memories as well. Is that just me? I don't know. Anyway. Score that much or higher. Defeat 290 total ground enemies. Miss 13 times or fewer on Standard or Proud. Okay. You know what? Let's use the Summoning Star. Just cuz. So this is like the one item that I think most changes the gameplay. At least if I remember right. Because I think it says it adds other targets. Lots of music notes in the air there. Okay. Seems a little unusual having Mickey in with the Days crew, but, you know... Not gonna argue with it. Yeah, only defeated 107 of the ground enemies somehow. So yeah, that's got... Again, some of these must require either multiple attempts or playing on Proud. I mean, the one mission required playing on beginner, so
his memories started to fade. In exchange, new memories of Naminé grew clearer. It quickly became his goal to save her from where she was being held captive in the castle. Meanwhile, Riku was fighting the darkness within himself as he continued through the castle. Lying in wait to confront him was a boy who looked just like him, a replica of himself created by the organization. This replica was planted with false memories that caused him to stand in Sora's way.
Okay. I can't say I really for sure recall offhand, like, if there's specific progress markers from Chain of Memories that these are covering. Well, also, like, when you play the game, you play as Sora first and then as Riku. Anyway, miss 22 times or fewer, clear with 50 HP or more, link a chain of 71 or more on standard difficulty. Specifically on standard. Good, because that's what I'm playing on. You know what? For kicks, experience boost. Since this team is at a lower level currently. Not that I think that makes a big difference. I'm guessing there are just, like, achievements and maybe collectibles unlocked, or that are locked behind getting the teams up to certain levels. Yeah, so far everything in this song has been like dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, okay, it's... It changed it up a little bit in there. Yeah, I got way better than the chain they asked of me. Full chain! Yeah, so, like, the character's stats do change as the teams level up. I just really don't know what bearing that has on anything, other than, I guess, maybe in the boss fights that would affect things? But I can't say I really know. Story scene number 33 from Days. Okay. More
Naminé
Chain of
had the
Memories
power
story.
to overwrite the memories of Sora and those connected to him. The organization used this power for their own gain. Even after discovering the shocking truth that his memories of Naminé were fake, Sora still chose to protect her. He prepared for the final battle, eager to finally retrieve his lost memories.
Obtained. Riku replica from Chain of Memories. Collector's card. And one last song from Chain of Memories. I wonder if that one in this chain that said it was from Kingdom Hearts 2 might have originally been in Chain of Memories, but they like redid it a little bit in Kingdom Hearts 2, and that was the KH2 version. That's the only thing I could think of. That makes more sense out of that to me. Anyway, Lord of the Castle, clear with 40% HP or more without items, defeat all jumping enemies, hit all ability crystals on standard or proud. Well, no items. Not that I've actually really been using any of the healing items. Except I guess there was one that got used on the boss fight. But that's it so far. Okay, I'm thinking this is the song that plays as you fight Marluxia in Chain of Memories. Oh, jeez, I messed up a bunch of stuff there. And I'm guessing that's only because of my own sort of self-imposed playstyle restriction kind of thing. For anyone who hasn't already heard, I'm basically playing this, you know, as if the three characters are each controlled by their individual buttons. But no, like I don't have to hit a certain button for a certain character. Chris Ninja, hey, what's up? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, so like when any of the button prompts come up to hit the enemies, I can press any of either A, left bumper, or right bumper. It doesn't really matter. But I've been playing it for the most part as if the left side of the track is controlled by left bumper, the right side is right bumper, and the middle is A. I don't have to do it like that, but that's just kinda, I don't know. That's how my brain wants to do it. Am I making it harder for myself? Yes.
The battle
Do I mind?
Castle
No.
Oblivion came to an end. To regain his memories, Sora would have to forget all about Naminé. He fell into a deep sleep, but not before leaving himself a reminder to thank her when he woke up. Meanwhile, Zexion decided that Riku had outlived his usefulness.
Yeah.
From within the
Except
shroud
that
of magic,
that didn't
Riku heard Naminé.
turn out too well for Zexion.
Riku accepted the power of darkness without fear, and he used it to defeat both Zexion and the replica of himself. Naminé offered to use her powers to lock away the darkness in Riku's heart for good, but he refused, choosing instead to wield its power as his own. Riku and Mickey set out from Castle Oblivion, continuing along the path where darkness lies hidden within light. The
Suddenly we
road
got
to
a
dawn.
lot of the story on Riku's side of Chain of Memories there. Obtained that. Okay. And now we go back to this sort of track. There must be yeah. There's 2 songs at this world. Otherwise, I was like, wait, how am I going to clear this gate? But yeah, there's 2 songs. So as long as I clear at least 2 missions per song, I can continue. Okay. Lazy afternoons, miss 13 times or fewer, hit all ability crystals, score that many points or higher on standard or proud difficulty. Still playing on standard, because I have been the whole time. Oh yeah. This is definitely like... I would definitely call this like the Twilight Town song, pretty much.
Let's go!
Especially, like, from the early part of Kingdom Hearts 2. Or actually just Kingdom Hearts 2 in general, anytime you're in Twilight Town and there isn't some, you know, major story event going on. This is pretty much the music you'll hear.
It's over.
Definitely don't remember any berserkers ever showing up in Twilight Town, though. That was the one enemy that showed up on the middle track that had the kind of weapon thing in its hand. I wouldn't really call it a sword, but...
Flame! Hey, Fist! Let's go!
And there we go. And we have opened a chest. I'm like, do those things just automatically happen after certain songs, or is it like kind of random whether you get chests at the end of the song? I don't know. And all missions cleared there. Got a collector's card for story scene number 50. Sinister Sundown. Okay, and you see this is the music that plays when there's something a little more, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, exciting going on in Twilight Town. But anyway, gotta defeat 55% or more of ground enemies, 60% or more of dusks, and get 50% or higher, excellent or better on standard or proud. That's just to clear the missions. I mean, I need to clear at least one of those 3 missions in order to progress any further than this.
You're done.
Again, apologies for my lack of commentary sometimes during the songs. Trying to focus on the beat.
Gotcha. Take this. Fire. Goodbye.
See, there were certain parts of that where it actually had the button presses on, like, the off beats instead of the actual main beats of the song. But, hey, full chain. Sinister Sundown, now available in track selection. And got all 3 of those. 92% was excellent or better. Got an item boost. Not that I really need it that badly. Feat achieved. Complete all missions in 10 worlds. Cool. Well, yeah, because these things don't count as worlds. Ooh. Actually got an achievement for that one, too. Nice. Okay. Tension Rising. Clear without items. Defeat 180 total dusk enemies. That's one I get a feeling would require multiple playthroughs and or higher difficulty playthroughs. Anyway. Also, link a chain of 74 or more on standard. Cool. So, no items. And here we go.
It's over. You're done.
Crud, how'd I mess that up? I don't know. And that also broke my chain. Just need a few more. Okay. I think I cleared the
Flame.
chain-related mission.
It's over. Gotcha.
Which is good if so, because... otherwise... I don't know if I'm getting another chance to get my chain that high. Nah, that's the end of the song. Yeah, I'm like, it was definitely 70-something for that mission, so if 78 was not enough, then... like, come on. Okay. And, yeah, I know there weren't even 180 dusks that appeared. Ooh, key art number 2. It's like a black and white version of the Kingdom Hearts 1 cover. Story time.
In Twilight Town, Roxas was supposed to be enjoying his last week of summer vacation. But he kept having dreams about Sora, and all sorts of strange, unexplainable occurrences started happening around him. Roxas ended up at an abandoned mansion, where he remembered that he used to be a member of Organization 13. He also learned that the world he knew was a fake one set up by Diz to restore Sora's memories. With one day left, Roxas's summer vacation was over.
Got a Twilight Thorn collector's card. And now there's more Twilight Town? Well, yeah, because you come back to it again as Sora. And that seems to have unlocked quite a bit of stuff over here. That is a diverging path. I wonder if that's supposed to be from a different game? Probably. It's another pretty short overall diversion, so I would guess so. Afternoon Streets. Miss 15 times or fewer. Defeat all multi-attack enemies. Actually, you know what I haven't done? I have not looked at synthesis stuff in a while. Give me a couple of minutes here. Both of those require lucid gems. And I don't have enough for a... well, I don't have a wellspring crystal to use. New memory dive song. Yeah. So there was another one of these that I crafted before that I'm just like... oh, geez, hello, yeah. Right, Hand in Hand was the one that I did before. So I got that. That is a lot of pulsing shards required, but, these require totally different things, so... Medley of Conflict. Can't say offhand I know which song the Medley of Conflict is. Story Scene B is a new set thing to... ooh, Hungry Crystal. Increases synthesis output quantity. let's just see what that does, eh? Oh. But... maybe I shouldn't? You know what? See, it's saying +0 there, which makes me think it isn't actually gonna do anything. I don't know. I'll use it and see what happens anyway. No bonus from Hungry Crystals. No. Okay. Glad it actually tells me that outright. So, like, if I waited to try and do more of them at once, would it then actually give me a bonus from using the hungry materials? That would be my guess. Anyway. I'm just gonna synthesize whatever I can that's new, and that seems to be it. Okay. Pretty sure I got enough time to do both of these songs. Okay. Nothing about item restrictions mentioned. Yeah, depending on how things roll after this, I might move on to the next world, or potentially end up doing some stuff from the track selection. Sunshine Games, hi. How are you? Excuse me if I don't end up talking a whole lot while this is going on. Focusing on music, rhythm. Yeah. If I did any extra of this in streams, it would definitely be to get other missions completed. That's the closest to any side questing that there is in this game. Anyway, Sunshine, appreciate the well wishes, I guess. It's the only thing to call it. Oh, I had to do that one on Proud. Okay, well, that would be one that I'd come back to later. Alright. And that gate's unlocked, which opens up Mulan's World, aka the Land of Dragons, and Beast's Castle. Okay, working together. Clear with 50% HP or more without items. Defeat 60% or more of aerial enemies, and hit all ability crystals on standard or proud difficulty. Alrighty, well, I am on standard. Could 3-star this, yeah, definitely possible. That's what I hope to do. Some of that stuff early on really seemed like it didn't... I don't know. Seemed like it didn't quite sync up with the music as well as I would have hoped, but oh well. Nothing outright missed so far.
Let's go! Fire!
And of course, I shouldn't have said anything earlier. Because it wasn't long after that that I missed something. Still not bad, though. What is that boss you haven't won yet? What boss? I imagine... Oh! Oh, ha. About that. I guess I should have addressed that. I did actually wind up beating that one off stream. And there's even an edited video on my YouTube channel about that.
Sora finally awoke and found a message written in Jiminy's journal. With some guidance from Mickey, he set off to continue his journey once more. Sora felt his heart grow heavy as the train carried him away from town. At the tower, Yensid warned him about Organization 13. Mickey had set out to learn more about the organization. Sora, Donald, and Goofy
I still think this
searched for him,
game
again
assumes
visiting
you
different
know
worlds.
the series. Because the whole, like, at the tower thing is like, wait, what tower? If you don't already know the context from Kingdom Hearts 2. Okay, so I could continue to the Mysterious Tower, or this is where I've got a little bit of a sidetrack. See, more stuff from Neverland. That makes me think that this stuff would be from Birth by Sleep, which I guess would make sense before we get to the tower, because that tower also shows up in Birth by Sleep. However, rather than get on this sidetrack right now, I will do the song at the Mysterious Tower, and then maybe do something from the track selection, time allowing. Get 50% or higher, Rainbow Excellent ratings, hit all star targets with a rating of Excellent or better, and the chain of 27 or more is on easy difficulty, or sorry, beginner difficulty, so I will not be completing that mission right now. Discord go beep. Why Discord go beep? I mean, I guess I could check that after the stream, maybe. Holy cow, that is a lot of hits for the same enemy. Oh, that was... I messed that up horribly. See, I made an assumption about the timing, and I was wrong. Roxas sure is doing a lot of the work right here. Anyway, side questing. He's one. War. Borderlands 4 side quests. I mean, yeah, those are all possible things that I would do in a just, like, you know, chill / side questing part of a stream. Okay, good. Still cleared the other 2 missions that were possible on standard. Ooh, hey, Station of Awakening number 16. Yeah, I mean, nothing else is coming to mind off the top of my head as far as things I would do in, like, chill stream moments. Okay, these are each gonna have 2 songs, I think, so rather than get into those yet, I'll see what else I might want to synthesize, but otherwise, then I think I will go to the track selection and maybe do something from there. Ooh, okay, Special B. That's not a ton of experience gain, so doubling it wouldn't do a lot. More profile card icon things, yeah. Enemy B is a new set. Let's get something from there, I suppose. See, that's still +0, even if I choose 3 for the quantity on that. Yeah. Keyblade B, sure. Okay. And unless there's some other material I can synthesize that I couldn't before, or didn't before, then that's all the more that's new. Yeah, I mean, there is technically other side questing I could do in other Kingdom Hearts games, but not that I really want to. Let's put it that way. Okay. Obtained 8 key art cards. Item drop rate increased a little. Okay, nice. Obtained 2 Station of Awakening cards. Effective healing items increased by 2%. Interesting. Obtained 28 character cards. All characters' defense increased by 3. Jeez, so many of these collector levels are increasing. Obtained 25 enemy cards. Earned experience increased by 2%. Obtained 9 Keyblade cards. All characters' strength increased by 1. Okay, finally. Jeez. That was actually a lot. Okay, so Medley of Conflict is a new one. I'm actually inclined to do this one right here, because that's, like, kind of new and different, I guess. Although, also, doing the, like, kind of regular version of this, I think, is different. I mean, I assume doing it in this form, or whatever you want to call it, would be like the regular tracks. In any case, though, I'm going with Kairi number 1 here. Although this might actually, if it's anything like Simple and Clean was, this might actually run me a little bit longer. How did I miss that? I was so focused on one half of my controller. Oh, I was supposed to hold that. And that was a directional thing. But hey, it wasn't part of the world tour, so it's not like there are any particular missions that I need to complete. And actually, it's about time for me to wrap up this recording. So, yeah. I think I'll leave it at that. I'll just continue with the world tour for the most part as I'm recording future stuff for this game. We'll probably come back to the track selection here and there as I'm like close to the end of recordings. And then if I have a bunch of stuff that's in the track selection that doesn't show up in the world tour, I might tack that on at the end of my playthrough, so to speak, if that winds up being the case all the way until the end there. Yeah, there is co-op, which is... yeah, there's also versus, which I didn't expect at all. But so yeah, there's like online capabilities with this for those two modes. But anywho, alrighty. Recording for Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory is done for today. Sorry, just realizing a slight adjustment I wanted to make to my microphone placement. Yeah, well, I mean, was that just you asking about the side questing stuff? And oh my gosh, notifications are coming in on my phone as I'm trying to check Discord stuff. Of course. Anyway, so yeah, that's all that was. And yeah, there's nothing else that comes to mind right now as far as stuff that I would do. So I guess I will actually go in there and just like kind of give that a thumbs up. To say that that's okay. Alrighty, meanwhile, I should get dice and tower. So then I can, you know, roll for exercise here. Where's the note on the stream exercises? There we go. Okay. Alrighty. So, figuring out exercise stuff. And I should probably do at least one of them before I, you know, move on to the Bible study. Okay, so the first roll is a 3. So that is squats. And looks like 2 per set, minimum of 6 sets. So there's the one exercise. I guess I might as well roll for the other one so we know what it is. Or I could just do that right now and wait. Yeah, I guess we'll do that one now, then roll for the other one, and then we'll pin that other one just to save it for later. Okay, squats. Alrighty, at least 12. Here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then, honestly, I will say, before we end up getting into the Bible study, I might want to give myself a quick little bathroom break or something. Redeem any I plan at the beginning. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to get rid of the previous pin. And then I guess I'll just pin that one and we can roll that later. But yeah. Hope y'all don't mind. I'm going to have to delay the Bible study just a little bit as I give myself a brief bathroom break. So I will see you all on the other side of that. I might just give you some music to listen to in the meantime. Alrighty. And I'm back now. Seemingly right in time for that one song to kind of wrap up that I had going on in the background. Anyway, it is time for Bible study. Alrighty, so we've made it to Job chapter 9. Quick recap of what's happened so far. So, Job had a really good life, was also an upright man. So upright, in fact, that God pointed him out to Satan, aka the accuser. And Satan's like, well, yeah, you gave him a really good life. Take stuff away from him and we'll see how he reacts. And then, long story short, he lost everything, was also afflicted with boils all over him. And then, I guess, some friends of his hear about this, come and, you know, sit there with him in the midst of his mourning. He cries out kind of emotionally, saying he wished he had never been born. One of his friends is like, well, you must done something, because bad things don't happen to good people. But Job responds to that with, like, saying, how dare you accuse me without knowing my situation? Your words are not helpful because you're not considering what I've been through and, you know, whether or not I'm actually righteous here. And then he says a little bit more. In the previous chapter, there's one guy named Bildad pretty much chimed in with a thought similar to the first guy, Eliphaz. Basically just saying, hey, God, it doesn't twist justice. Like, everything that he does is good and right and fair. But, like, you know, as long as you stay righteous or, you know, live with integrity, then you will be restored. Like, he says it pretty much like it's a guarantee, which I think a lot of people nowadays would be less sure of themselves when saying that. So, he also, I'm noting here in verse 4, kind of made the assumption that Job's children must have sinned. Might not have been Job himself, but if it wasn't, then it must have been his children, because his children died from God's test. Or was it really Satan's test? That's somewhat unclear. But anyway, from the test, Job's children died. So, yeah, more accusations in a way. So now we're going to get to Job's response to Bildad in chapter 9 here. So, here we go. Then Job spoke again. Yes, I know all this is true in principle, but how can a person be declared innocent in God's sight? If someone wanted to take God to court, would it be possible to answer him even once in 1,000 times? For God is so wise and so mighty. Who has ever challenged him successfully? Without warning, he moves the mountains, overturning them in his anger. He shakes the earth from its place, and its foundations tremble. If he commands it, the sun won't rise and the stars won't shine. He alone has spread out the heavens and marches on the waves of the sea. He made all the stars, the Bear and Orion, the Pleiades, and the constellations of the southern sky. He does great things too marvelous to understand. He performs countless miracles. Pausing there for a bit. So, yeah, like, as much as Job might want to kind of, like, take his case to God and say, hey, why are you doing this to me? He's even now admitting, like, nobody's righteous in God's eyes. Like, because nobody's perfect. None of us can really match up on our own to God's perfect standard of righteousness. And in a way, that actually Eliphaz kind of said that back in chapter 4, I think. 4 or 5 was when Eliphaz spoke. So it's like, there's no room to really complain to God and say, my punishment is unjust, take it away from me. But at the same time, Job also said earlier, like, isn't it natural to complain? He's not really complaining about God or, like, accusing God of any wrongdoing in this. His complaints were just like, man, this sucks. I wish I didn't have to deal with it. I'd rather be dead than have to deal with all this. But, yeah, like, he then, in this chapter, kind of, you know, speaks about God and his mighty deeds, and it's like, well, yeah, like, nobody can match God's power, his works, his anything of God's, really. Note there at verse 3 could read, if God wanted to take someone to court, would it be possible to answer him even once in 1,000 times? Yeah, so that, I mean, either way, it's like, if God really started grilling us about our lives and you know, all the different things that we did, including and especially even any of the bad stuff that we did, it's like, how would we really be able to defend ourselves against God? He knows. It's not like we could make anything up. And, of course, if you were in court, you're not supposed to lie under oath anyway. But it's like, if God really wanted to, he could have a major record of all of our wrongdoings. And we would have no recourse against his claims. Okay, real quick, pausing the recording because I realized I did not change the stream category thing on Twitch. I should probably do that. Okay. Back to it. Alright. I guess I'll move along to verse 10. Or, sorry, 11. Yet, when he comes near, I cannot see him. When he moves by, I do not see him go. If he snatches someone in death, who can stop him? Who dares to ask, what are you doing? And God does not restrain his anger. Even the monsters of the sea are crushed beneath his feet. So who am I that I should try to answer God or even reason with him? Even if I were right, I would have no defense. I could only plead for mercy. And even if I summoned him and he responded, I'm not sure he would listen to me. For he attacks me with a storm and repeatedly wounds me without cause. He will not let me catch my breath, but fills me instead with bitter sorrows. If it's a question of strength, he's the strong one. If it's a matter of justice, who dares to summon him to court? Though I am innocent, my own mouth would pronounce me guilty. Though I am blameless, it would prove me wicked. So, still kind of continuing along a similar line of thinking. Job, well, first off, he's like... I'm not sure if verses 11 and 12 here are like highlighting sort of the distance that he feels he is from God, or like, you know, like sort of a emotional or spiritual separation, or if it's actually just him saying like, yeah, okay, God might do things to comfort me, but it's not like I actually see him physically doing that or anything. And of course, nobody's going to ask God like, wait, what are you doing? Why is this happening? Because like God knows better than us. Note there at verse 13, Hebrews says the helpers of Rahab, the name of a mythical sea monster that represents chaos in ancient literature. Huh. Okay. Can't say I realized there was more than one sea monster, because earlier on it had Leviathan mentioned, and that's typically thought of as a sea monster thing. Can't say I would have expected more than one to be mentioned, but anyway. But yeah, like verse 14, we're so small and puny compared to God. And if we really were to try to like argue with God, or even just state a case saying that we're innocent, again, per the previous line of thinking, it's like, well, God could just grill us on everything that we've ever done, and eventually our own confession, or even just the actions, whether we say them or not, would condemn us. But then Job kind of gets into how all this recent loss and hardship feels to him. It feels like he's just repeatedly and rapidly being attacked by God, as if he's in the middle of some major storm and he can't catch his breath. And so it's like, clearly God's intent right now is, you know, to inflict me with great loss and sorrow and grief. And so, like, whatever God's plan is, I don't think any argument that I could put up would convince God to stop, because that's clearly his intent right now. And of course, like, if Job were to try to compare any quality of his against God's, God would get the better end of it. That's kind of what's going on in verse 19 here, as far as I understand it. And I guess I kind of got ahead of myself. Sort of already explained the thought of verse 20 here, where it's like, yeah, I might be innocent, generally speaking, but eventually God's going to be able to find something that I did wrong. So would pleading my case really do any good to try and get him to stop? No. Highly doubtful. Looking at the other couple of notes here. For verse 19, Hebrews says, If it's a matter of justice, I guess it would read, if it's a matter of justice, who dares to summon me to court? I mean, still, it would be him and God in court, so, And then in verse 20, could read, though I am blameless, he would prove me wicked. Meaning, God would prove him wicked, rather than the way it reads right now, it's just basically saying his mouth would prove him wicked. Okay. There's actually still quite a bit to go here. I'm going to continue in verse 21. I am innocent, but it makes no difference to me. I despise my life. Innocent or wicked, it is all the same to God. That's why I say he destroys both the blameless and the wicked. When a plague sweeps through, he laughs at the death of the innocent. The whole earth is in the hands of the wicked, and God blinds the eyes of the judges. If he's not the one who does it, who is? Actually, pausing there again, because that's, some people would very much take theological issue to some of what Job is saying here. Although, like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like he's saying God is twisting justice. I suppose as a counter argument to Bildad's statement. It's like, yeah, like, wicked people get away with bad things. Like, that does happen on the earth. And, you know, judges don't always rule rightly. So, and if it's now this brings up a whole, like, kind of, I guess more specifically predeterminism kind of thing, where it's like, well, if we truly believe God is in control, isn't he the one that's kind of, like, allowing the wicked to prevail and allowing these incorrect rulings of judges? So, yeah, that's something I could see some people taking issue with, or I'm just not quite understanding it the way that it's supposed to be understood. I still think that definitely could be Job's claim, given his current state. But anyway, the earlier part here where he's, again, saying that he's innocent, and we know as the readers that he is in this instance, but it doesn't make any difference to Job, because it's like, innocent or not, my current situation is unbearable. And again, based on what he said previously about, you know, God finding all of us guilty if he really wanted to, it's like, whether I'm innocent or not, God's going to do what God's going to do. Note there in verse 23, could read disaster instead of plague. That, I mean, similar ideas there. Also, Saying he laughs at the death of the innocent? Again, I think that is more Job speaking from his emotions, not necessarily trying to be theologically accurate. But, to his point right before that, though, like, when there's a plague or famine or something like that, like, it's not only wicked people that suffer from those kinds of things. It's also the good people. At least good by our standard. So, I think Job's exercising a bit of hyperbole here when making that statement. But, yeah. Still, I think general point that Job's getting at so far is just like, yeah, well, God's going to do whatever he has in mind. And right now, he clearly has it in mind to afflict me with just unbearable pain. Emotionally and physically. Okay. On to verse 25. My life passes more swiftly than a runner. It flees away without a glimpse of happiness. It disappears like a swift papyrus boat, like an eagle swooping down on its prey. If I decided to forget my complaints, to put away my sad face and be cheerful, I would still dread all the pain, for I know you will not find me innocent, O God. Whatever happens, I will be found guilty, so what's the use of trying? Even if I were to wash myself with soap and clean my hands with lye, you would plunge me into a muddy ditch, and my own filthy clothing would hate me. God is not a mortal like me, so I cannot argue with him or take him to trial. If only there were a mediator between us, someone who could bring us together. The mediator could make God stop beating me, and I would no longer live in terror of his punishment. Then I could speak to him without fear, but I cannot do that in my own strength. You know, that kind of gets at something that's more of a New Testament thought, but let me put that off for the moment. Yeah, Job's kind of further emphasizing how useless it would be for him to try to complain to God and ask him to stop. And, like, yeah, he could try to fake like he's okay, but he's still actually dealing with all of this loss and this pain and suffering. So, like, what's the point of faking any of it if he's still actually dealing with all of that? And, you know, he would just end up expressing it at some other time. And right here, it seems almost like Job's saying, yeah, even if I did everything right, if I tried to put on a happy face, look my best and all that, the way things are going right now, it seems like God would just make me dirty all over again. And yeah, so like, what's the point of trying to rid myself of looking like this? What's the point of trying to clean myself up if God's just gonna bring everything right back? But the whole mediator thing, it's just like, I this isn't necessarily Job's intent, but it's interesting how that can sort of be associated with what Jesus did, or even kind of still does for us. Like, Jesus paid the price for our sin so that we don't have to suffer through that anymore. Like what Job is asking for here, Jesus basically, pleads our case to the Father, and rather than, eternally separate us from him for our sin, Jesus, it's like, I'm not going to say this is 100%, the best theological framing of it, but it's as if Jesus pleads our case to the Father to say, hey, I paid the price for this. Do not keep them away from you eternally, even though that's what their sin deserves. So, yeah. I wonder if that, like, the story of Job in this line of thinking almost, like, wouldn't really be so much a thing if this was a New Testament occurrence, because really we kind of do have a mediator now. Isn't Job's ask for a mediator sort of a precursor to what Jesus becomes? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to say here, Stormbringer. And it's not like Job is even trying to be prophetic here, but he still kind of says exactly what Jesus ends up being for us, without it really being a prophecy. But as things stand for Job, he's like, yeah, if I had a mediator to, like, get God to at least stop while we, sort out the arguments, maybe then I could have enough confidence and strength to plead my case. But as things stand, I am so crushed and oppressed that I just can't, in my pain and suffering, I cannot bring myself to plead my case to the God who's busy crushing me right now. But yeah, even in a non-prophetic situation, you can still see hints of Jesus throughout the Bible. And that is the thought with which I will leave off Job chapter 9. I believe it's noted in the Bible in this way to exemplify why Jesus' sacrifice to become this very... Yeah, I mean, I think... I don't know of any instance other than in the New Testament where it actually explains Jesus mediating for us in that kind of way. But, yes, that is mentioned somewhere in the Bible. Okay, I do have one more chapter I would like to get through. But, give me a second, because I'm thinking... Yeah, odds are with the current timing, an ad break would interrupt my look at the next chapter. So, I might actually run the next set of ads beforehand just to head that off. So, yeah. I guess I'll go ahead and run that. Actually, before I run the ads, other random exercise redemption. Exercise. I mean, I wanted to at least kind of exercise can wait till Bible study is done. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, whatever. I'll run the ads. That was just going to give me a little something to do in the meantime. But also, if I try to do it while the ads are rolling, y'all don't see it. Or at least it would be a lot harder to see the things that I roll. Okay, I guess I will just get this back to Job chapter 10. That's 22 verses, which is definitely not as many as chapter 9 had. And it's going to be more of Job. Oh, man. All right. I definitely could have used that. Like, my throat was starting to not quite feel the best, so ad break helps with that, too. And, okay. Ad break should pretty much be done. Okay. I shall resume Bible study then, I suppose. Alrighty. Here we go. Okay. So now we're looking at Job chapter 10. So there has been some back and forth between Job and a couple of his friends about his situation, whether or not Job is guilty. I mean, his one friend Eliphaz seemed to just outright assume that Job was guilty of something, and that, you know, all of his hardship was God's punishment for whatever sin that might have been. But Job still argues that he's innocent, and, you know, still kind of is like, well, why did this happen to me? I'd rather die than suffer through all this. So then second guy, Bildad, chimes in and is like, well, God is just. He does not twist justice. Maybe you didn't do anything, but maybe your children did. But, you know, just stay righteous and God will restore you. But Job kind of comes back and replies to Bildad and says, well, I am innocent in all of this, but right now it's clear that God wants to essentially crush me. God wants me to suffer. So, even if I tried to make myself look nice and plead my case to God, it wouldn't make a difference. because he intends to do what he's doing right now. And I'm not going to be able to make him change his mind. Essentially because of some of what Eliphaz said earlier, because none of us are righteous before God. If he really, took a microscope or a magnifying glass or whatever to our lives. And right at the end of the previous chapter, Job kind of wished he had a mediator that could convince God to stop pushing him down so hard. So then maybe he would have the strength to put up an argument. But that after that, we get to this chapter here with more words from Job. So let's see what else he says. I am disgusted with my life. Let me complain freely. My bitter soul must complain. I will say to God, don't simply condemn me. Tell me the charge you are bringing against me. What do you gain by oppressing me? Why do you reject me, the work of your own hands, while smiling on the schemes of the wicked? Are your eyes like those of a human? Do you see things only as people see them? Is your lifetime only as long as ours? Is your life so short that you must quickly probe for my guilt and search for my sin? Although you know I am not guilty, no one can rescue me from your hands. Alright, so in this part where, basically in verse 3 here in particular, kind of had me flash back to a previous thing Job said where he's like, my life is so brief and small and insignificant in the grand scheme of things. God, how is it worth it to you to punish me like this? Assuming it's a punishment. And also, like you mentioned last chapter, it's like, kind of like, why is all this happening to me, an innocent man? Meanwhile, there are wicked people out there getting away with their evil schemes. Like, it just highlights significantly the apparent unfairness of what Job is going through. But I mean, life's not really fair, which can sort of have an implication that God is not fair if you think about it a certain way, but I'm not saying that. In fact, really, a lot of what's not fair about life comes down to people and what they do to each other. And as far as natural disasters and stuff, that's just part of the overall broken, sinful state of the world. But still, Job maintains his innocence. I mean, as he should, because he is innocent in this case. Okay, verse 8. You formed me with your hands. You made me, yet now you completely destroy me. Remember that you made me from dust. Will you turn me back to dust so soon? You guided my conception and formed me in the womb. You clothed me with skin and flesh, and you knit my bones and sinews together. You gave me life and showed me your unfailing love. My life was preserved by your care. Yet your real motive, your true intent, was to watch me, and if I sinned, you would not forgive my guilt. If I am guilty, too bad for me. And even if I'm innocent, I can't hold my head high, because I am filled with shame and misery. And if I hold my head high, you hunt me like a lion and display your awesome power against me. Again and again you witness against me. You pour out your growing anger on me and bring fresh armies against me. So, I actually just noticed the next line, and I'm realizing I might kind of get a bit ahead of what I already read, but the part where he's kind of getting at in verse 8, the argument that he's getting at there, it's like, all right, well, God, you made me. You must have had some kind of purpose for me. Is that really, is making me want to die at this point in my life really going to accomplish that? You it's like up to very recently you cared very much about my life and protecting me and showing me grace, but now it's like, what was your real motive this entire time? Just to bring me this far and then crush me? And like, whether I'm guilty or not, I am filled with so much pain that either way I can't hold my head high. I can't even look up to you right now. He doesn't exactly say that, but still. And he again then goes into how it feels like God is just continually pushing him down, punishing him. Anything he could try to do to make his situation better would be pointless, because God's just going to bring back the bad. Okay, before I lose track of chat, let me check in with what Stormbringer has said here. In this I am reminded that God is not mortal and does not perceive the mortality of our lives the same way we do. So Job's experiences in wondering if God is punishing him came across to me that instead God doesn't weigh our mortal experiences on the same severity that we would as mortals. Yet another example of the need for Jesus to walk a life as a mortal. Yeah, so I mean, you're right that God does not look at our sin the same way that we do. Like, he sees the eternal significance of it more so than us. And so, like, were he really intent on stamping that out, yeah, maybe punishments like what Job is experiencing would be justified. But again, like, we now have a mediator in Jesus who takes that punishment that we rightly deserve away from us, as long as we put our trust in him. Because if we don't trust that Jesus can take that away from us, then he's not obliged to take it from us. But yeah, I will say though, in all of this, again, it's not like God is doing all this intentionally to punish Job for his sins. We know that this was just Satan wanting to test Job. That's all the more reason that this is happening in this story. We might rightly deserve such punishment. But yeah, I mean, Job, you know, in this particular situation, like, does he really deserve this? That's sort of a nitpicky argument of like, well, okay, even a little bit of wrongdoing is deserving of all this. Which, yeah, sure, it kind of is. From our perspective, it might not seem like it, but given the eternal weight of sin, yeah, it kind of is. Also, I was not trying to say that Jesus is obliged to take our sin away if we do trust him. I was just saying that, like, because he is not obliged to take it away in either case, then we're us not asking him to take it away just means that we don't reap the benefits of what he did. He already took it away. But yeah, Job's really kind of questioning what the point of all this is again, and understandably so. Certainly seems to us and to Job like he doesn't deserve this. Okay. So looking at some notes here from verse 10, Hebrew could read, "You poured me out like milk and curdled me like cheese." That has a very different vibe from saying you guided my conception and formed me in the womb. But I guess that's still kind of like a process of forming something. But yeah, I think what it says in the note here fits the vibe of Job's situation a whole lot more. Because that's not like... I don't know if we would consider that as much of like a positive process. But then again, when he later gets into, clothing me with skin and flesh and all that, the whole forming in the womb fits that a bit more. So, maybe that's why the translators went with this phrase instead. Yeah. So this section here where Job's like, well, first off, he's like, if I'm guilty, too bad for me. And he's like, yeah, sure. If I was guilty, I'd deserve all this, whatever. But even if I'm innocent, I can't hold my head high. And even if I could hold my head high, you're pursuing me and like essentially pushing me back down. Stormbringer, I'm reading from the New Living Translation, just so you know. And there's no real specific reason for that other than it's a translation I have not fully read through yet. And it's one that I feel has, for the most part, more common and kind of almost even in a way more understandable wording for modern readers. So, yeah. Job is feeling oppressed and like nothing he does is really going to affect his situation. So, verse 18. Why then did you deliver me from my mother's womb? Why didn't you let me die at birth? It would be as though I had never existed, going directly from the womb to the grave. I have only a few days left, so leave me alone, that I may have a moment of comfort before I leave, never to return, for the land of darkness and utter gloom. It is a land as dark as midnight, a land of gloom and confusion, where even the light is dark as midnight. Now, I don't know if this is Job more so just assuming that he's going to die. Because, I mean, like, he's lost everything. He has these terrible boils all over him, which are generally not a good sign of, you know. I mean, it might have been something people recovered from, but especially back in those times, I could see it easily being something that people did not commonly recover from. And with the way Job is feeling right now, he might just kind of assume that, like, yeah, well, this is the end for me. It must be, with all of this stuff that God has brought upon me. Like, I don't know for sure if it's more so that, or that he's actually kind of, like, thinking of taking his own life soon. But either way, he's just kind of wondering, what's the point? Why even continue living if it's only going to be like this? And also, like, what was the point of giving me life if this was all that was going to happen? If my life is really so worthy of punishment like this, why even go through it in the first place? I mean, from our perspective, we could argue that, well, Job's story is possibly teaching us some things about God, so there is a point to it, but Job doesn't see that. But yeah, whatever the case is, he literally is saying, I have only a few days left. That's not that's not him even saying, I feel like. That's said as a declarative, like, yeah, this must be the case. But yeah, I had another thought in there, and I seem to have kind of lost that in amongst my other stuff, my other things that I said. So I was talking about how, you know, he's maybe kind of assuming that he only has a few days left to live. And yeah, like, if he's just gonna go into darkness, so to speak, what good is him staying in the light? Also, he's assuming that he only has a few days left. He's kind of asking God, all right, well, look, if I'm gonna die soon, which I assume I am, like, can you lay off for a little bit just so I can have a little bit of peace before I go? But yeah, anyway, stuff in the chat. Couldn't it also signify that he's contemplating giving up? I think I sort of already alluded to that possibility. I think the next chapter is the response I mentioned. Like the response from God? I'm not sure. We'll see. But not this week. Never considered it an assumption when I read it. Yeah, I mean, I just, like, the way that this is worded, it says to me that, well, okay, one of three things. Either Job is planning to take his own life. Job assumes that he's near the end of his life because of all the bad things that have happened to him. Or, number three, once again, maybe Job is being a bit hyperbolic and kind of thinking that, well, given all this stuff that's going on right now, it feels like I am at death's door. So, if that's the case, just can you lay off a bit, God? I mean, I guess there is the possibility that he's considering giving up on his faith, but that, again, the wording to me hints more at end of life thinking, not so much giving up on faith. I mean, he did allude to that, in a previous chapter when he was responding to Eliphaz, although I don't think he was really contemplating that for himself. He was just saying that, like, hey, the way that you're accusing me would completely turn some people away from God. It would make them lose their faith. But I don't know if that's really so much what he's going for here. Because not following God is choosing death in its own way. Yeah, I get that. I would definitely not put that as most likely possibility out of the ones that I mentioned, though, if I'm just being real with my thoughts on it. The reason I wonder that is his focus on darkness and saying that light becomes darkness, so it seemed like it could be possible. Yeah, but also, just an insight on that, especially back in Old Testament times, the thought of an afterlife among the Jewish people was more so this thing called Sheol, or the pit. They didn't necessarily believe in a heaven and hell kind of situation. They just believed that when people died, they went to this place called the pit, which they may have quite literally thought of as like some place in the ground or like below the ground that was almost a purgatory type thing, except not that anyone necessarily left Sheol. So it wasn't necessarily like a good or bad place to spend eternity, but it was darkness. It was just really kind of nothingness in a way. So, given that understanding of the afterlife, I personally read Job's statements more as assuming that he is headed to Sheol very soon. But again, that's my understanding of it. I'm not going to claim to have the right interpretation or anything like that. So, is it possible that he's referring to giving up on his faith? Maybe, because that is definitely, like, turning toward the darkness. But I would think at some point he might use more clear wording of saying, all right, you know what? God, that's it. I'm done with you. If that's what he was thinking. But there's still plenty of chapters left in Job. We're only at chapter 10. There is 42, I think. Actually, let me real quick pull down the list here. Yeah, 42 chapters in Job. So we got plenty of stuff left to go of Job's thoughts and the thoughts of his friends, and even eventually some words from God. But that's kind of where this one wraps up, with Job assuming in some way or another that his end is nigh. Whether it be the end of his life or the end of his faith. So, yeah. Real quick. Okay, so the next chapter gets into friend number 3's thoughts. But that's it for this one. So, Seth, I mean, this right here is kind of... it's kind of similar to the thought you had stated last week that you liked. But, again, if my recollection... 38, yeah. Again, if my memory... I was going to say, if my memory serves me well, that was something that came directly from God, and that comes much later. And at least that particular thought you have now looked up and found that that's in chapter 38. So yeah, notably later. Okay. Well, we are now done with the planned Bible study for the day. I would say before we get into Slay the Spire, though, I have some more exercise to get to. Or, I mean, I could wait until after, because I'm thinking I might only play Slay the Spire until the next ad break. I don't know. You know what? Alright. We'll do exercise first, especially since that seems to be what's expected. Alright. So I have rolled number 5 for the first roll, which means planking. That does not get any, multiplier kind of stuff. Well, no, like, this many per set kind of thing, because it's planking. I rolled a 3, so that means 30 seconds. Minimum of 30 seconds of planking. Alrighty, which means, I probably want to get out the mat here just so it's not as hard on my arms. That was a terrible thing there. Okay. And I will need to pull up some kind of timer on my phone and set it to 30 seconds. Okay. Gonna head out for now. Alright. Appreciate you stopping by and joining the conversation there, Stormbringer. And again, for the recent follow. Pray for you. Yes, and the prayers are appreciated as well. Feel free to pray for safe travels and such in the midst of that, because it's a 4-hour drive each way for the funeral. plenty of time for traffic to do bad things. Anywho. Planking. Alrighty. Now apparently I could do this straight armed or on my elbows. Confession time, I've been dealing with a little bit of something on my arm here. According to brother-in-law who's a doctor, it was like a mild case of eczema, so I put some kind of cream on it there, and I don't know if I want to necessarily rub that off on my exercise mat. So I think I'll do the straight arm version here. Okay, here we go. Get up, and then I will start the time. There we go. Alrighty. Now, maybe it's because of the stance that I have, but I would say I'm feeling this a lot more in, like, kind of my shoulder muscles. Like, okay, that was 30 seconds, by the way. I felt it kind of more like up here, whereas if I do it on my elbows, I seem to feel it more on, like, the back of shoulder muscles. Alright, I'm going to just push that this way for now. Alrighty. All exercises have been redeemed. Unpin. Alrighty. And now, that should come in about 25 minutes. So here's the thing. When I run ad breaks myself, it just takes any ad break that would have come up and pushes it back. So Twitch is telling me it's not for another 43 minutes that there would be an ad break. Okay. Let me go ahead, boot up Slay the Spire here. And while it's doing that, I mean, it's, I guess, technically slightly off the hour mark that it does those, like in the stream, because it waits for the first 5 minutes before doing the first set. Anyway. Five after the streaming hour. Okay, let me change the streaming category once more. And I guess I can also add that as a tag. Not really so easy to do that with the YouTube stuff. Anyway. We don't end before that, so we don't have issues rating on top of it. Yeah. Let's see if we can finish. Yes, indeed. Let us see. We've made it surprisingly far, given the Snecko eye. But with other restrictions lacking, I suppose, you know, it's been less challenging than some of our other random ones. Snecko and... yeah, 105 cards also doesn't exactly help things. Free Noxious Fumes. Check the deck. Why? So you remember what you got? Does it even really matter that much if I remember? Yeah, there's a couple of curses in there, which aren't great, but like, with there being this many cards, is it even especially likely that I will know they're coming? Okay. I suppose dodge and roll is probably a good idea. And now I could add more noxious fumes. Or for the current turn, add 3 shivs to my hand, which... every time I play 10 attacks, gain an energy. Okay. Well, that's not really going to happen anytime, especially soon. I think it'll be overall better for the broader situation if I have more noxious fumes. Mostly because then I don't have to attack the spikers as much. Ooh. 7 damage 3 times. This card is discarded from your hand. Draw 3 cards. That exhausts. That's just a different thing than discarding. Dash seems like a good idea. Thwack. Although maybe I should have done that on one of the spikers and saved it so Eviscerate would be used on that. I don't know. Unload. Deal 14 damage. Discard all non-attack. It does discard cards. You know what? Sure. Oh, and now Eviscerate costs nothing. But of course, I'm hitting myself against spikes, although I've got enough block that shouldn't matter so much. So, yeah, whatever. Good grief. This one in the first position is really, bumping up those thorns. 4 damage for each skill in your hand. And I have absolutely nothing that gains me any block. Yay! Love that. Well, terror doesn't cost anything. Put it on that one so I can maybe get rid of it sooner if and when I need to. That would be 30 damage, but then I would be taking 21, so I don't exactly like that. I think I'm just going to use Malaise on this one. Try to reduce how much damage I'm going to take. Okay. Okay. Deadly poison is good. Because that's not an attack. Therefore, I don't take any damage from thorns. This one's gonna die, not this coming turn, but the next one. which is why I applied more poison to the front one. I guess I'll just use the dodge and roll and leave it at that for this turn. Okay, I have gained 4 block. Assuming I gain the block before dealing the damage. Yeah, okay. That works out well. Now I end the turn and win. That front one was not going to die if I didn't do some kind of damage to it. Alright. And we have a 4, which means no card choices here. Even though 3 dexterity would be great to have. Ah, the lifelink crew. Okay, well. That makes stuff like Crippling Cloud and Noxious Fumes that much better. For this group. And I think I'm going to use Dash more to gain the block than to deal the damage. Okay. Dodge and roll, no cost, heck yeah. Deadly poison, I will do on the first one here, I guess. And then, since all the others cost 3, I'm thinking more Noxious Fumes. But ouch. Okay, geez, I've got 2 free dashes. Or 2 zero-cost dashes, I guess I should say. Poison stab. I'll hit the middle enemy, I guess. That back enemy is about to do a lot of damage to me. I could use Crippling Cloud, I guess. Oh, I just realized I have tons of... Yeah. I have quite a bit of block already. So, yeah. That means I should probably have enough to get by. Well, shoot. The Darkling in the front is gone. Okay, I've got enough poison on the other 2 that they'll be gone after this turn for sure. Have 4 skill. Well, still. 3 flechettes, because why not? Free eviscerate, because why not? Okay, victory. Alright, we got Dagger Throw plus, Poison Stab, or Noxious Fumes plus. Or we skip. And we have a 2, which means Poison Stab. Of course, the only one that's not upgraded. Oh well. I am down to 20 health, I just realized. That's not exactly looking great. Oh, hello. Designer Inspire. Discover a colorful shop with the banner Inspire. And walk in to see what's inside. No way. Nope, can't let you in. A man with ridiculous clothing appears at the entrance to bar you. So, we have lose 40 gold, upgrade 2 random cards. Lose 60 gold, remove a card. Lose 90 gold, remove a card and upgrade a random card. Or just lose 3 HP. I mean, were we randomizing these choices? I kind of thought we were. You rolled a 4. Well. Okay. You punch him so hard your fist hurts. Okay, well, there's that. Nah, I mean, if we're really, I mean, shoot, I'll take randomizing just about anything other than the cards that I use in combat, so... yeah. This could be a problem. Well, dodge and roll costs 0. Poison stab costs 0. Probably want to target the exploder. Though I will say, I still have a fairy in a bottle. So, like, there's a slight chance I still make it through the gauntlet. I have 0 skills in hand. 7 damage 3 times is probably the best I'm gonna do this turn. Ouch. Yeah, that was still quite a bit of damage I took there. Oh, great, yeah. I want to play as many cards as possible here. Especially because I have 2 regrets in my... Alright, well... let's give you some poison. Although, that says discard all non-attack cards. So... alright, if I'm gonna hit the back spiker, now's, I guess, the best time to do it. Yeah, okay. Curses are gone, yippee. And that just made Eviscerate cost nothing. I guess I'll do Poison Stab on this one, and Eviscerate on this one. Okay. Only taking 3 damage this turn. Well, 3 more damage, I guess. And now I literally need to gain some... I'm like, I need to gain some block before I would survive dealing any damage without using the fairy in a bottle. But does Wraith form reduces all damage taken and HP lost to 1. I'm thinking I might just have to do that. Or I'm thinking that's the best play under the circumstances. Alright. So now I use dash against this one, I guess. Although it might have been better to hit the one in the front because, like... poison stuff and the way that would work. I don't know. Noxious fumes, sure, why not? Terror on that one? Okay. I could discard 2 cards and gain a couple energy, but how much good would that really do me? Gain 4 block and add a shiv. Especially because I already have 2 extra energy, jeez. Although with gaining some block... I mean, I could just deadly poison this one and hit it with a shiv. I would take 3 damage, but then that's it. Or I just don't attack it at all. I play another dodge and roll. And I take no damage this turn. And then that one's gonna be gone next turn. Dash gains me 7 block. So I guess... if I use that twice against this one, I still would not lose any HP. And then next turn it's dead. And I still have not used the fairy in a bottle. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to use it at some point. Okay. Adding a card. Potentially, we got Heal Hook plus, Escape Plan plus, or Sucker Punch. Number 1, Heal Hook. Deal 8 damage if the enemy has weak, gain an energy and draw a card. Okay. Yeah, there's still more battles to come. And oh, okay. Well, at least if I hit this guy enough each turn, then maybe I won't necessarily take any damage. Although his attacks do ramp up each turn, right? So, any event could be boss time. Yeah, true, in theory. If I hit the secret portal and then we randomly say, yeah, we're taking it. Let's do Quick Slash. Deadly Poison, because why not? And Skewer, because it actually deals damage and essentially does more for me than Deflect would. Oh yay, Regret. But I do have Unload in my hand, but it costs 3. Ugh. Okay, Cloak and Dagger And the shiv. You see, now the pen nib would cause that to deal 28 damage. Which might be about the most effective thing I'm gonna get here. Oh, that's true. Act 1 boss is also an option. Or a possibility, I guess. And still no damage so far. Dodge and roll is free. Outmaneuver is free. Dash only costs 1. I'll do that. Predator, deal 15 damage. Next turn, draw 2 additional cards. Which there's a drawback to that if I have regret in my hand next turn. But I can't really assume that. Okay, still no life lost. Okay. Is there any way I can... Well, yeah, that does add 2 weak, so... Okay, let me do Crippling Cloud. And then Heel Hook. Okay, dash costs 2... So, yeah, I'm thinking I will do dash and then probably eviscerate. Well, that's enough for me to not take damage this turn. Uh, 52. That's... not exactly great. Crippling Cloud. Heel Hook essentially only costs 1. Ooh. But wait, prepared costs 0. So I will use that to discard Reflex, which draws me a couple more cards. Terror... but that costs 2 energy, dang it. When you do a normal run, there's an achievement for killing him. Well, this is not a normal run. Terror dash unload, I guess, maybe. Terror... Obviously, I mentioned dash because it's free. Oh. Although unload got rid of the reflex. That's still... Yeah, that's still looking like I'm about to take... Well, that's gonna go down by 12 because of the poison, right? So I'm actually still maybe not gonna use the fairy in a bottle? Why was that 16 there? I don't know. Whatever. Fairy in a bottle has been used. It got strength. Oh. Okay. Alright. Accuracy, Piercing Whale plus, or Quick Slash. Actually, Accuracy plus, Piercing Whale plus, or Quick Slash plus. Number 1, Accuracy plus. Okay. Hold up. How am I at 114 cards? I had 105. Oh, yeah. I guess there was one that we, I guess we did remove one card at some point. Oh, well, this ought to be fun. Crippling Cloud. Sure. Heal Hook, why not? Poison Stab. Maybe I should be a little more careful with some of these hits. I'm going to do Wraith Form and Malaise, maybe. Although, I just realized that was dumb. Hang on, let me redo that, because Wraith Form and then Malaise was a dumb idea. Okay, Crippling Cloud. Poison Stab. Heal Hook. Because the thing is, the number of turns that Malaise lasts is the same number of turns I would have Intangible. So, yeah. Majorly pointless there. Wraith Form and then Dodge and Roll. That'll be a little better. And that way I know for sure I won't even take any damage. Oh, jeez. 2 accuracies. But, like, am I even gonna get anything that would give me any shivs? I don't know. Although I am about to gain an extra energy. So let me do Quick Slash. Zero cost Noxious Fumes, alright. Poison Stab for sure. Oh, and it's not even planning to attack me now. I would almost prefer it plan to attack me right now. So, you know what? I will use Skewer. Because again, who knows if I'm even gonna end up getting anything that gives me shivs. Okay. Well, I do have Unload in my hand. Escape Plan. No. Poison Stab. Dash. And then I guess Unload so I don't take damage from Regret. Okay. It's attacking for 10. That is not the worst. In fact, I can block that quite easily. What did this trigger? Can no longer become weakened. Oh. Right. Okay. Might as well use Outmaneuver because it costs 0. Eviscerate, I guess. Ten times 3 is the current damage output. Heal Hook isn't even going to do enough to break through its armor now. Yikes. Okay, but... So now that's 21. Oh, and now I could use Heal Hook. Still not enough to break through the armor, though. Which is unfortunate. Although... I mean, it's not gonna kill me yet. Like, do I really want to use an energy potion that badly? So then I could maybe see what comes of Eviscerate. Although 21 damage is I don't know if that's the worst that it could bring at me. Yeah. What the hey? And it went right back to that. Okay, well. I could do outmaneuver or deadly poison. Let's go with outmaneuver. I only need to deal 1 damage. Actually, no. It's gonna die this turn anyway. Yeah, so I'll just let it die. Okay. We have Dagger Throw Plus, Backflip, and Infinite Blades. 1, we have Dagger Throw, okay. You know, actually having more ability to discard things might be kind of helpful with our current setup. Oh, hey, no, spiker things. Or whatever those are technically called. Okay. That's nice. Which means I'm gonna focus hardcore on the exploders right now. Actually, hang on. Right now, the amount of damage I would take would be lethal. I could get rid of 1 of them this turn. Maybe 2. But I'm thinking probably only 1. Yeah, I'm gonna use the smoke bomb. Bye-bye. Alright, what have we here? A merchant! Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right, 14 total options, including leaving. Looking at the map, we've got treasure next, and then either battle or bonfire. And then another battle after either of those. Was there anything else you wanted to see from the map there, Seth? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I suppose is this. Art of War. If you do not play any attacks during your turn, gain an additional energy next turn. I don't know if that'll happen too much, but that is number 8. So, there we go. I now have 4... No. 5 total possibilities, including leaving. Number 4 is the Flex Potion. Which, of course, is more powerful because of the Sacred Bark. Okay. And, yeah. That's gonna do me a whole lot of good now. Freaking ceramic fish. Oh well. Okay, now. Immediate battle or bonfire. I don't think any more merchants. Okay, so you rolled a 4 for this one, which means I'm going to the rest site. Okay. Well, we still gotta see whether Rest or Smith. No healing. Well, we're kind of trying to end this, right? So, fine. Now, what am I going to upgrade here? I've got, let's see here, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95 possibilities, it looks like. Yeah, 95 possibilities here. Ad break's coming in about 5 minutes. So says Twitch. 58. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55, 56, 57, 58. So we are upgrading a malaise, which means it does something even if my energy is at 0. Actually, not a bad upgrade. Oh. Hang on. Well, okay. So what did we... Alright, you want me to do the stuff for the exercise change now, or once the ads hit? So for now, we'll just continue with... Okay, well... Yeah, let's keep going in Slay the Spire for now. Battle probably won't. So, unless I die really quickly, it probably won't end in time. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Okay, fine. So, let me go ahead real quick. Since the alternate list only has 4 options, I'm gonna use a D20. All right, and then should I say like 1 through 5 is the first one, or do them alternating like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 is the first one? I guess that's typically how we do it. Okay, well, I rolled number 5 on that, so push-ups are re-entering the list. But now what are they replacing? Let's find out. And I rolled a 4 for that. So push-ups are in, jumping jacks are out. Jumping jacks. Now go to the alternate list. And then push-ups are in the main list again at number 4. But I still need to actually do the push-ups as well. So make sure to edit the redeem. Oh, yeah, I guess... Honestly, I forgot if I had the alternate list fully in there, but... Okay. Let's see how many push-ups I'm doing. Sets of 3. Minimum attempted at least 18. Main list in the redeem needs an update. Okay. Let me see if I could actually do that right now. Like, change the list in the redemption while the ads are rolling. Okay. That fits under this menu here, I believe. Manage power-ups and channel points. And yeah. Okay. Edit that one. Oh, it's not the change in exercise I need to... It's the randomized exercise that I need to change. Yeah. So, jumping jacks is getting replaced with push-ups, not sit-ups. Okay, save that change. Yeah, I don't have any listing of... I don't have any official mention of the alternate list. Okay, so that has been changed. Yeah, and as I'm replacing stuff on the alternate list, I'm putting the stuff from the main list into the same spot that, you know, the alternate occupied before. Okay, so push-ups times 3, minimum attempt of 18. Okie day. Let me move that a little bit away from there. Although I don't know if I'm actually going to use the mat too much. I tend to prefer wider stance push-ups. Whether that's good for me or not, I don't know, but whatever. Let me do a little bit of this real quick before. Okay. Yeah. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. And just to save on time, I'll leave it at that many. Okay. Now, I do believe that it will not take a whole lot longer to wrap up our current Slay the Spire run. So I think I'll keep going. Alright. What to do here? Oh. Pen nib is active, alright. That's only gonna deal 16. I mean, 24 is quite a bit. Only issue is the energy. But, I mean, what else am I going to use that energy on, really? I guess... I don't know, I don't really have a specific reason for targeting that one, honestly. Just kind of felt like it. Deal 8 damage, draw a card. I'm like, hopefully it's not regret. Now I have 3 skills in my hand. But also, this would still deal more damage. In fact, Eviscerate would be enough to get rid of the first enemy here. Kind of wishing I had targeted the middle one now. Did we at least miss the elites? We did. No elites. Okay, and then heal hook on that one, because I get a feeling that one's gonna start attacking eventually. Ouch. Well, 0 cost Wraith form. Might as well do that. I guess with that extra energy, I could use both Crippling Cloud and Accuracy Plus. Although, no, I couldn't, because this is going to cost 1 energy on its own. So I think I'll just use a Crippling Cloud and leave it at that, maybe? Otherwise, I'm not dealing any damage this turn. Okay. Predator seems like a good idea. I think I'll use Dagger Throw as well. Discard Purify, because, Dash. And now... do I want to use another Predator? Another Crippling Cloud? Or do a Poison Stab? I'm leaning towards another Crippling Cloud, just so then they will stay weak on the next turn. And they have more poison. And I won't be drawing 4 additional cards then. Okay. Another Jawworm down. Whoa, hello. Yeah, that's quite a few cards. Okay. Let me do Concentrate. Get rid of Reflex and the 3-drop Terror. Eviscerate now doesn't cost anything. But let me use the 1-cost Terror first. And then Eviscerate. And yeah, I win then. 20 gold, a skill potion, and possibly more cards. Eviscerate plus, leg sweep, or poison stab. Or none of the above. Oh yeah, so doubled up, it adds 2 copies of the chosen skill. More poison stabs. Why am I not surprised? I think that is pretty much by far the most... The card that we have the most of in the deck now. Huh. This is actually not such a bad hand. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this particular enemy. Dash is nice. Although if I have any notions of using Quick Slash, maybe I should do that first. I'm not sure I do have any notions of that, though, because I think I'd rather do 2 dashes and Predator. Come on. Pass the curse. What? Because you were thinking if I drew a card, maybe I would... I don't know. Oh, the enemy gives a curse. Oh, so you're saying you don't want the enemy's intentions to land on it cursing me. Well, that's... Hey, I mean, I guess that's relatively fine, actually, right now. Because I've got plenty of block. On removal, take X max HP damage. Huh. Okay. I was just kind of sitting here really hoping that nothing bad would end up happening from that turn. Especially the card draw from the Quick Slash. I guess another Quick Slash, or maybe I should give it Deadly Poison. Of course, I could use that Quick Slash. And of course, that's even worse damage. 6 times 3. I mean, I still live. Concentrate isn't going to help. Wow. Practically everything hit with a cost of 3 this turn, except for Poison Stab. And that right now would be fatal, taking 15 damage. So, let's see what the skill potion gives me. Deflect, distraction, which is just another way of getting more skills. Oh, but I'm not choosing this. The randomness chooses this. Okay. Well, I guess I'll use the first prepared to discard reflex. Okay. There's a little something different. But also, I'll use the second prepared to get rid of one of these 3-drop deadly poisons, because, like, why? Okay, yeah, I'm thinking the best thing for me to do is probably going to be heal, hook, and deflect. Although, hopefully, the hope there is it doesn't come up with anything worse. Yeah, I mean, even right now, I wouldn't survive. Let's just see what I get out of the flex potion here as well. Huh. And then unload enters the conversation. Of course, I wouldn't have died had I just gone with what it said already. Oh well. We were anticipating this before too long. Okay, so that's the end of that. And yeah, I think that'll then wrap up the whole stream as well. But yeah, that particular run, again, like, usually the Snecko Eye causes a whole lot of bad situations where not much can really be done. But in this case, it turned out not that poorly. Next Thursday, Hades 1 or Power Wash. Yeah, I mean, I would probably lean towards Hades, honestly, but then the following week back to Gems of War, probably. Yeah, I guess. Technically, May 1st is a Friday, so there's a chance at Gems of War having a new mythic troop then. Gems of War is not next week. Gems of War is in 2 weeks. I'm confused at your statement, Seth. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could just kind of figuratively flip a coin to see what we do next week. But, it's still... Would it still be progress towards Mythic a day before the month? That's what I'm not 100% sure of. I think there's been once before when the first of the month was a Friday, and that resulted in Gems of War not releasing a new Mythic then. But maybe I could look into that in the meantime. Yeah, next week will probably be something besides Slay the Spire after we do Bible study. But it's otherwise pretty much going to be normal next week. So, yeah. I am not streaming tomorrow. I would on a normal week, but, you know, there is stuff going on. That is one of my travel days for Grandpa's funeral. So that is why no stream tomorrow. So then next week, Thursday will be Bible study on Job 11 and 12. And then some other game to be determined. Next Friday will be Borderlands 4. And then, of course, the following week, continue with next two chapters of Job and either Gems of War or some other side questing game thing. And then that Friday will be more Melody of Memory. Okay. So there's my upcoming schedule. I'm looking at somebody to raid on Twitch. Okay, well. I don't know if... Let's see here. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I don't think I've rated Redeemed J in a while. He's playing Monster Hunter World right now, which... I mean, should at least be action-packed. So, y'all have heard my schedule. I don't really have too much else to say. I hope you all have a good week while I'm away. Obviously... after the message comes up from the bot, I will post my normal enter in. Yeah. Okay. So, that's going to do it from me. I hope you're all doing well. And as I said, hope you all have a nice week. Feel free to check out edited YouTube stuff in between live streams. And otherwise... yeah, that's all I got. The edited stuff will continue coming out even while I'm away, although most of the days I'll be away, I wouldn't really be publishing much of anything there. Anyway, I digress. So, yeah. Until the next time I see y'all, stay cool, everybody.